your body, feel the rhythm groove. Feet moving, your body turn into a wave. Let it go, you gotta let it go. Feel the rhythm moving through you. Oh na na la la, oh oh oh. Sending out that loving vibe. Oh na na la la, oh oh oh. Sending out that loving. You know you feel it, electric is in your body, babe. We come together to dance away all our inner pain. I'll meet you underneath the sky. Every summer night. Every summer night. Every summer night. Here we go, here we go. Everybody move it, let go. Here we go, oh oh, let's go. Here we go, everybody move it, let go. Here we go, oh oh, let's go. Drinks pouring, soaring through the crowd. I love it, yeah, we love the sound. Are you ready? Everybody, summer sunset, we gon' send it. Oh na na la la, oh oh oh. Sending out that loving vibe. Oh na na la la, oh oh oh. Sending out that loving. You know you feel it, electric is in your body, babe. We come together to dance away all our inner pain. I'll meet you underneath the sky. Every summer night. Every summer night. Every summer night. Here we go, everybody move it, let go. Here we go, oh oh, let's go. Here we go, everybody move it, let go. Here we go, oh oh, let's every summer night. Here we go, everybody move it, let go. Here we go, oh oh, let's go. Here we go, everybody move it, let go. Here we go, oh oh, let's go.
Good evening, or whatever it is, wherever you are. I did a little bit of offline investigation. One thing I realized is that I am not massively oversampling my data. All of the small objects we were seeing in the animated layer was actually from the static snapshot that we used to build forward with the new changes. So this is really, and cleaning this up is almost a code fix at this point, because it's working. It's just I put a kind of a sloppy function there as a temporary. I was also concerned about not copying the log files over to my archive. That seems to actually be happening. I think... Thank you. I did just get some water. But I always forget. And you also tested out my alert because I missed one of those recently. How are you doing tonight? The archives appear to be working. I think it's that what I was doing was like saying, okay, I'll resync my local one just to make sure it's working, and saw a whole bunch of stuff sync. So I think that's actually either file dates or like line endings or some other minor variants, not files not getting copied. Yeah, I usually tend to wind down at night and have the lights lower, which makes the webcam not work so good. So since I'm starting out in the evening, I'm just going to leave it there. Well, I need to get back to server work sometime. So the things primarily I'm looking at for tonight is I have the ability to search for sets of objects. You can't really search for disparate objects, and I was kind of waiting for examples, and somebody gave me examples, so I guess delivery truck would actually narrow that one down a little bit. Really just delivery. And then maybe you want to pick certain ones of those. But then you might also, this is kind of some older area, so it's probably not as likely to be here. That's as far as we can go. Actually, there is one down here. Probably not going to have as much of the other stuff, though. I know when I looked at one of these towns earlier, they had like 4 of them parked. So now we're starting to get back into civilized area. Yeah, up here. So there's that, and then they might also be looking for engines, and there's a lot of different types of engine things here. There are, in fact, some sitting in the storage. Oh, those are... Yeah, engine fuel systems just hanging around. Then there's kerosene, which it's also some in that pen. And maybe some crude oil, which once again, some in that pen. So you might be looking for all of these things, and probably not like crude car. Like a tank of, you probably want to maybe narrow that down to crude oil, or really even tank of crude oil. And kerosene might have actually had some tank of kerosene wick burner. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily care about, well, maybe that one. Bowl of kerosene is going to be really, really rare. All these kerosene pumps, not so much. Good evening, Athena. How are you doing tonight? So the use case is we want to be able to do these searches, and maybe you pick the. Actually, this is gonna be a bit more common because this isn't a player action. Is that? Huh. Oh, I just blinked because it refreshed. Okay. And so then Okay, so now what? So I have to figure out how to make a useful UI where there's like either you have like a separate lock checkbox type thing, or you say lock this set, or you say, okay, this search is good. You know, what you see in some interfaces is give me another search box. Okay. I pretty much always feel tired. But then I have to start to think about, okay, what do I do? Do I like just not do all of these things and keep like this stuff around? How does it interact with my all checkbox? Do I like, I don't necessarily want to be accumulating everything here because this still serves, having this scroll box be things that you searched for is useful. I don't really want to do like a third level of tabs. I'm already not thrilled about the second level of tabs. Because you could have like current search and like saved objects or something. You could have like a thing at the bottom that's saved, but then like do you click on that to switch it over to the main scroll box so you can review what's there and take them out. So communication with the map is just a list of selected objects. That part's not going to be hard. If we do it as a series of saved search terms, there's some extra stuff to do there. If we do something along the lines of save these results, then we have one more set of object IDs, and that's not a whole lot of code change. And it really just comes down to the UI design of being able to have a selection of stuff and then like kind of save that. And how do we like manage both the saved set and the sort of item narrowing search and finding the things that we're interested in. And I've kind of got a couple of ideas swimming around in my head, and I don't know that I'm super sold on any of them right now. And if we do accumulating search terms, that would have the... Well, one option is you do, like, delivery, Caro, engine, and then you break that at the search term level, and then you do all of those searches, and that's gonna give you this like gigantic list of things that you then scroll through and sort of check off. That would have the advantage that I wouldn't really have to do a lot of fancy UI. That would be more on the code to break that apart and do all those searches and merge it up. It becomes a little bit of a UI challenge because you just have to know that syntax. And maybe we put an extra little thing in here that explains it in text. You'd probably do like, maybe you initially limit to 20 each and you have all of them in there. I think that would make it a lot harder to use for this sort of exploratory narrowing. Because like maybe you put the one you're currently typing at the top so you can kind of get some feedback on what it's doing. But it's going to be just a giant list if you're merging all these things together. It's like that. I mean, you need a lot of extra like UI buttons and things. But then it's going to be kind of a messy interface with this like magic. And there are some commas in. I mean, they're mostly for the special attribute things, which you're not going to be that too terribly concerned about. I don't think you see those in the proper titles too much. Yeah, you hope not to see that one. I haven't been using any like UI mockup software lately. I mean, I think I had Balsamic years and years ago. So what kind of options do we have? Well, putting aside commas, that's not really much of a UI exploration. We've got there would be so we've got the pseudo object thing is messing with me a bit here. I've undone it into oblivion, apparently. Oh, and now it works. Okay, so we got our basic tabs. That's going to be a constant. Our subtabs are going to be a little bit of a constant. Probably our search box is going to be pretty constant. Actually, that's our canvas size, so not going to be a whole lot of difference. So we've got that basic design. I ended up being a little bit large, but whatever. So what do we have for options? We have, well, we can actually take this. We have to move that down. We do like current search and like saved. Text is a separate tool, so we have like search and like, I don't know, saved or locked or something, which is a lot of tabs. We could do some sort of, you know, 6 saved items. And then what I have to figure out is like, okay, so we've got, okay, you have some saved stuff down here. Maybe there's an X to clear it. How do we edit this? We kind of have to be like, okay, I don't think the UI package I'm using has an easy accordion. So element probably not going to have that kind of thing. And it doesn't, I know the author is thinking about including an animation package here. He has an animation package that we could go add to like do this kind of scroll up and switch to this thing. Or I could just not animate it, but it might be a little bit harder to track what's going on then. I have to figure out like, okay, what do I preserve from this? Do I preserve the search box? Then this goes up, and then you see that instead. This should all be really basic stuff in this part of it. Background is going to be like colors. Borders going to be colors and sizes. Events, not so much. Font, so much. I forgot what this is for. Okay, so this is accessibility stuff, which another reason to go through this here. I've forgotten a lot of this stuff is in here. Lazy, I know what that is. Key to know what that is. So an input, I think, is really basic form controls. Oh, I forgot there's username and password. I wonder if I'm using the search box right now. I think I probably would have given me a name collision. Well, I probably didn't do input as a top level thing. Elm UI. Oh yeah, element. Element dot. Yeah, input is input, so that'd be like input dot search. Actually, no, I'm not. Oh, text with autofill. Okay, well, yeah. For if this is for autofill, I don't necessarily know if I do want to search there. Unless you're like always searching for the same thing. There's slider, which we've used. Radios, which we've used. Labels for the controls. Yeah, so there's nothing that high level here, prepackaged. So there'd be my big concern with this is like, how do I edit the list? It'd kind of be functioning as tabs, that we'd get away from this giant stack of tabs. What else was I thinking of? So we've got that. We've got that. We could just kind of leave it all in the same list. And maybe I could even, like, for a small number of items, like a compressed view that's like just like maybe does like just all the little color icons or something, just to give you a sense of how many there are. I just got to thinking about, like, what if you kind of did like tabs down here, and that would get you out of that. Actually, doing tabs down there would get you out of this giant mess a little bit. Like maybe you actually did sort of a slide back and forth type of thing, where you had this little separate scrolling area that was just like, maybe the checkbox and the color visible, just to hey, you got some stuff here. And you could pop over there. I don't even know if you want to keep the search thing at that point, though. Because the saved search, the saved searches wouldn't have the search box. So that's why you wouldn't necessarily want that part of the same. See, even like coding, this is, I mean, I guess I'm talking about some of the UI controls and things, which is technical. But I mean, this is just at a user level. Could I create something that would be like, that you could figure out and that would be somewhat pleasant to use? And actually, I guess I could have done like screenshots of this that I was like messing up a bunch. So having a little sidebar for the save stuff might be kind of cute. But yeah, I'm not sure you'd want the text search box there if you were editing saved stuff. Yeah, so we've got some kind of tabbing. I don't think sub-tabbing down here would work because I probably want to disable the search box when you were editing saved stuff. I'm really afraid of just stacking these tabs here. This would almost work better if I had an easy accordion. I don't know if I want to get into animation stuff. Although an accordions type thing would look a heck of a lot better if it was, is it just animate? This this might be the one I'm thinking of from, I mean, they're both from the same guy. I know he had one package that seemed to be getting a lot of interesting attention. Easing functions for animations, switching between pages. Another Elm animation. Smooth transition animations. So dates might tell us something. I think this is the older one, and this was the rewrite. Easing functions, which is something you might want if you're doing your own. Switching between pages. Styles on Elm. Okay, so this is switching between pages is styles. A different Elm animation. So this has its own timeline thing. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about for the secondary one. For the more recent one that I knew of. Animation.style. Oh, that's knitting it. It's not clear how that's working. Now, this is style animation, so it might be very specific to that. Animation easing. Yeah, I sort of have a model of how this is returning different values at different points. So this must be knowledgeable of the individual properties and saying, okay, this has a new value, so we're going to animate that. This is gold animation. And this, it looks like it deals with individual, just a number over time. Oh, this is a program wrapper, which would be complications if you wanted multiple program wrappers. That might be just a timeline as the model. Documentation on the first one would be better. So that having a slide here would help that. In terms of we're switching between this and then I would almost have to have like a search thing at top to go boop back to that. So that kind of puts it out of the way a little bit. I'm not sure I like accordions as a UI thing. But I need some place to indicate we have saved stuff and some way to edit it. Do I have any other ideas? I mean, this is the dirt simple one to implement. But like having this, I mean, it would help differentiate this a little bit because it would be at different levels. It's going to be, I think it's going to get very hard to just like visually target when you've got like this many things up here. It's kind of bad enough that these are all real close to each other. Let's see. So the slide back and forth, I don't know if that's going to be great. So far I've stuck with this single sidebar thing. If I had more space, I could have two of these and one was search, and then you like have the like kind of left-right movement thing. Thank you. Seems like those things do seem a little non sequitur to the rest of the conversation, though. Well, I guess not a conversation if there's only one person talking. Monologue? And that's almost, let's see. In what way would this expand? Well, we could do a thing where if you started saving things, then, and ... If you started saving things, then this expanded more. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out anyway. I mean, everybody uses software, even if it's not this software. You might have a sense what you would find easy or hard to use or confusing. I don't know if I'm doing a particularly good job of explaining my ideas. I had forgotten about that. My problem is I only used the scene editor once, and it was a while ago. So I don't know what, if anything, is different from just the scene editor. Now, that's a thing that probably very, very few people have used. And I mean, even just rebranding it as Town Planner probably opens it up as something that more people might want to look at. And if I did expand it, we have this weird thing where, like, do we stretch this stuff? Do we just have, like, dead space up here? Do we use that for title? And this is the same thing. And I'll cut out more of the... And I could have locked items be invisible by default, and then if you wanted to edit them, you pop out the extended sidebar. Oh, I guess I could do a split type thing. I really didn't want to lose the space, though. Yeah, the most planned cities I knew of in one life were like things where someone like went and like built up a place and then rang a bell. Not that I know of, but I'm not even sure how I would tell. I don't have a mirror handy. And it's kind of dark. Nor do I remember when the really big towns were. But I know that those were like some of the precursor events to the whole family homeland thing. Because basically everyone was in those towns. And it's like I'd go find the big towns, but we have a long history, and I'm not sure when it was. Where are we at? That's pretty far out. So yeah, that's it was before that. Was it? It couldn't have. I thought it was after the rift. Actually, no, I probably want this. Probably not even fine. Because I don't. It was some kind of spiral pattern still, so it wasn't. There's a donkey bell. But it was a very slow walk if it was a walk at all. Yeah, that doesn't look super familiar. Does anybody remember when QR Town was? That's one of the biggest ones. Oh, we still got to search up. No bell towers. Well, that was a small one. Yeah. That was also a pretty small one. Let's see, so that went like early 3. That was a bit longer. Yeah. You mostly saw the big shots from the Headway users. Okay, so that was one of the central areas. This might have been a post-rift. Maybe it was pre-rift. I've forgotten. I don't think, and it certainly wouldn't have been in the rift. Let's see. So that was something, but I don't see any monuments. Someone out far enough. That was also something, but I also see no monuments. Oh, maybe it was something like this. This seems about right. Or this, well, maybe this size. This is not one of the pre-planned towns, though. It's one of the big ones, but I don't think it's a pre-planned town. That, I don't know if that was one of. I mean, this kind of design was definitely part of one of them. So maybe we're kind of getting back to that time period. Thank you. That's big, but it's not what I'm thinking of. Yeah, this is one of the extended periods where you had like a lot of like, little suburbs and things. I don't think it was QR Town though. But we're getting back around to the time that stuff was happening. So that looks like the... Well, no, we had some stuff down here. Oh, yep, that's it. Country road, take me home. There was another big one somewhere, but the bells have faded a little bit. It looks like. No, not that. Maybe their town was it, and I lost track of the layout. Oop. Yeah, actually, that could be Zucktown. Like this part was kind of set out beforehand. Then they rang the bell and everybody showed up. And then, let's see, where'd the big one go? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The row houses. Yeah, so this was pretty heavily built before anybody moved in. We're going back into some rarely accessed data here. Actually, let's go a bit farther through the arc. When I've got camera on at least half the time. Yeah, so they built up the basic farming, they built out most of the buildings, and then only now did the bell appear. And I guess that doesn't necessarily mean the bell was rung, but they had the basic skeleton in place before most people knew it was there. No, I did happen to spot... I think I spotted both of these, possibly. I'm not sure about this one. I don't think I saw the other one, just from scrolling around the map before the bells rang. And then people moved in and things started going crazy. This is covering a very wide span, so we keep hitting different time sections. Yeah, so yeah, well, because it was pre-planned, you had central farming, bunch of buildings around it. I think that these waystones here were by pointing to oil spots on the sheep pen corners, so you got a little initial boost there. I did turn Gradical on because we were looking at the scale. But yeah, this, I think, was the kind of things that were happening before the Homeland update. Okay, well, this is... Oh, yeah, we just had a really big gap in bell towers. And actually, we had been looking at some other stuff for search samples, although... Let's see... Was this it? What was I searching for? Oh, kerosene. Might not be as much of that. Oh, yeah, there's a... I've actually started looking to see if it's consistently a person. I think there's a couple of people who do that. Okay, so that is... Oh, I'm in animated mode, which means it's too zoomed out. Yeah, there's a couple of people who tend to do those. Actually, this didn't have one. It's like I only see it on the map. I don't really... Yeah, so there's at least one heart person. There's at least one cross person. I don't even know if I'd be able to remember all of the places I've seen. So actually that didn't really have one. Actually, I haven't seen a lot of the cross person lately. I think maybe one of the last worlds or one of the recent areas had a lot of little bell tower chapel areas. Huh. Yeah, actually, I know I've seen several big... Yeah, so there's that one. Big heart things lately. Actually, there was some little place that had a couple heart foundations on it, which I may have passed already. Or floor layouts. Oh, actually, I'm at 25. We should be able to see floors. And probably maple trees. Yeah, this one. I've seen a few smithies and things with this kind of pattern in them. Probably back around this time period in our westward march. I think there was another big heart trees sometime sort of recently too. I'm usually one of the projects I want to get to is working on some presets. Is this it? Yeah, I had a life where I put down one of these rose bushes and laid out most of the stones for this, and I was gonna do snow here, but yeah, it actually turned into a fishing hole. They did a second one up this way. In part because there was a kerosene spot here. Yeah, usually I'm looking at it daily. So normal, let's see. I don't have a quick clear for this might be a good thing. So normally we go to now, well, it's in the morning, so it's a little bit different. So you go to, it's not good. So go to, I see it's gonna be just about 2 days because it's, Only one day? Yeah, actually, to get the normal period, it would be 1 day plus, which would be about 2 days. Because they're currently shipping around 1,800. And I'm like way out, so it's should be zooming me back. Or was there somebody here? No. Oh, I'm on my local server, but there should still be stuff here. Huh. Or, well, my database was in a weird spot. Because it kind of got stuck there. Well, the upload worked. Oh, did the web server not end up starting? Well, that's interesting. Well, let's do that for a quick test. Yeah, something's going. This must have been a browser update. Because I've been able to do that before. No. So normally, about 2 days is going to be about right, which would get you back to activity since the last map log update. Basically see where people have been living so you can go poke at that stuff. Then we go to death, and you can go look at Donkeytown. Actually, we have to bring this up so we get the current view. See if anybody's up to no good. They can't do Apocalypse Towers anymore, so that's not as big a deal. It actually is a frightening amount of points. You go look at some of these outliers. Something that's just somebody in a town. Sometimes you find a lost truck. I think there were a couple yesterday. Yeah, so there's this one. Sometimes you look that person up and see if it's a trend. There's not a whole lot of murders and things. It's sometimes interesting to look for. At times there have been places where you see a bunch of old age dots in one spot, and you go, "Gee, that looks like somebody's little private workshop." And then we go back to birth, which gives you a tighter formation, and you can look at generation, see where the really big spots are. Birth time to see where people are more recently, and we can go to lineage and go look at all of the towns that have actually been active and see if there's anything interesting going on there. Any interesting town designs or hearts or big railroads or whatever. Actually, is this what the big railroad was? No, only if it's been torn. No, there was a town down there. It was over here. Yeah, big railroad. And then we try to frame this as best we can, which it's often very long. And go up to around when the lives got shipped, which is early in the morning, and you can kind of watch how the families evolved. It's usually too far out to see any town details. One of the reasons I want a higher level summary of like either activity or major structures or something. Oh, and this was the live one. So now I have to add. I guess I'm going to have to do something to give a special. I wonder if they added port number to cores or something. So that's going to be a server thing, I think, because it has to give the cores exception. It'll have to have like a setting that says what things to allowed. All right. Actually, that was really yeah, because this one we were doing other stuff. So whatever. Some sample object. Oh yeah, there are lots of rows back here. Where's our current activity here? Yeah, there's that stuff that has all the resources. So this is kind of cramming together two things right now. I guess I left this around as a base. I don't necessarily need it. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do the. It would be pretty nice to be able to see both of them at once. I don't know if I want to be messing with my sidebar size. This might be a good way to represent saved, unless I bump everything down and do it up top. But there's a question of how do we edit it, and so you could do this like half thing, which would kind of give you two cramped views for both of them. So that would be a flip-flop. So if this flipped up and had its list below, maybe I could remember the text you had here and like a compressed version of this that's like, okay, go back to search for stuff. You said it before. See, that would essentially be an accordion. Click that to go there, click that to go back to search for stuff. Oh, that was the other thing. There was the there'd be like add a line and then search for this. So, yeah, every one of these would have to have their toggle on and on off things. This wouldn't be a challenge. Is it a challenge for you as well? Yeah, I'm not sure what challenge they're referring to there. Is are you saying it's a challenge for Athena? Are you saying you're also a potty mouth? I'm not quite sure what you mean there. Okay. Well, I think yeah, this would also have the problem that would kind of it could kind of fill up all the space and not leave you a whole lot of search processing. So, well, possibly I could get a slightly more compact version with just a little bit of stuff, but yeah, there's probably a wide variation, and even Twitch doesn't give any real guidance. They just have a mature flag, and it's still kind of up to you to determine what that means. And I'm not completely comfortable with it. I might kind of like some room for actually mature rather than immature discussions of some topics. Because a lot of the stuff that gets flagged as mature is, you know, because that kind of actually immature. Not all of it, but some of it. So I don't think I like that. Uh, Twitch has a mature flag, which I think implies 18 plus for the most part. But there's not really a whole lot of guidance what it means beyond that, and I do not have that flag set. I was raised not to swear and such, so I leaned that way because it was more my nature not to talk about those things, and that so that's generally comfortable for me, and it broadens the stream up a little bit for people who don't fall into the mature channels category. You know, I've hung around people who do swearing and stuff more often. I mean, the college crowd was a little bit more liberal. I go into some streams where that stuff happens and don't mind it much. It's just some people like swear words are just words. Others, they'll use the heavy language and they'll say it in like an angry way, and I usually leave those. It's not my environment. That is, if you can count it, that's pretty good. Oh dear, family drama. Yeah, it's probably like a post rationalization, but my philosophy has been those kind of words tend to have power like inversely proportional to how often they are used. So some people tend to kind of throw away all their potential emphasis using them casually. Mm. Yeah, that might have actually crossed my mind at some point when you mentioned you'd been in the military, because you didn't seem to have that particular stereotypical mannerisms. All right, so I don't like the split. Uh, I don't really like that. I kind of don't like this. It's easy, but that's just too much stuff. So that leaves us with how possibly having the like miniature version be this. And then either we do a kind of accordion style takeover. I mean, I guess I could also like put like, X saved in here and then have that be the flip. That's almost a tab though. I guess it could be like a checkbox to flip it back and forth. It wouldn't be quite the same as another one of these. Maybe. Interesting. Maybe. Could we do like bottom tabs? That would avoid some of the confusion of this stuff. You would still have a place to say, X saved, and maybe even like, searching for whatever. It would avoid the too many things here. It would have a little bit of this sort of thing, but I was just trying to figure out, okay, how do I, if this sort of pops up here, what do we, I guess you could have this be searching for. So it'd be kind of like a flip. And we've got the tab objects to do that. They'd turn into becoming a little bit more dynamic, maybe having some stuff on them. Yeah, I don't know how my normal usage grammar goes, because I don't have any like explicit ideas of good or bad grammar. So I'm not all that useful when Toastmasters has me do the grammarian role. Catch what I can and try to point out interesting phrases. Yeah, so going to the bottom solves the mess of tabs a little bit. It puts it a little bit out of the way, but it gives us a way to edit it. So now the question is, do we add an extra thing to like save? Oh, really? Interesting. I mean, I don't do conference speaking anymore, so I'm looking at getting out when it's up next. Yeah. I've listened to recordings on occasion, and it's amazing how much you miss. So do we add these to saved individually? Or do we like you adjust this selection and then do like save it somewhere? The save it all would be good if you actually did want to like take everything or like select a few things and then just boop. Are you referring to the UI stuff or something else? I didn't quite catch a choice in any of the previous conversation lines here. Oh yeah, this UI stuff is always hard. I mean, I did the whole split sidebar thing because I couldn't really think of anything better, and it sort of solved my junk drawer problem over here. And then I took it out because I didn't like it that much. Ooh, a math Nazi. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of occasion to do too much math. Occasionally, I'll do a little bit of like checkbook balance stuff just to get a little bit of practice. And I deal sometimes with functions, but that usually ends up being bringing up the web version of a graphing calculator and just seeing what they look like. And I ended up having to use a lot of things for programming projects. Biology nerd, okay. Yeah, you were working on a graduate program, right? So I like bulk add. I'll need at least a temporary UI for that, and maybe I can think about how to do it better. I'm not currently necessarily using. Like right now, it's immediate reactivity. I don't actually have anything special. Master of Teaching in Secondary Education Biology. Okay. Math Anatomy and Physiology. Interesting combination. Okay. So I could have like a save. I could maybe have it be return. There's also some space up here. I almost want to do it like as a sub control of this thing. To say, okay, so here's your save. You know, add to this, add to this, add to this. All right, so I'll have to have that as a separate set. This selection gets reset every time we do a search. Every time we do a search? Yeah, every time we do a search. So So that will have to be something saved. So right now we've got highlight objects. Oh, we'll need a way to clear that too. Well, I haven't gotten to the detailed design of that. I guess that would have a deselect all on that. If you wanted, I might need 2 levels of that. Something equivalent to the checkboxes, and so you could like deselect everything, select a few. Well, at some point you'd have to commit that. So highlight objects is what we're going to send to the map. Interesting question. Should I be showing all of the objects, or when I'm in search mode only show the objects that are currently being searched for? Well, in any case, all this talking has run out my water. I will be back in a minute or two. I promise I'll sing a song for you. Wouldn't be the first time. Okay. What? You didn't tell me this was gonna have a...
Oh, please don't say
You didn't tell me that was gonna be the end?
my heart can't.
Why? Oh, Seaman Stain. I is all of everyone. Hi.
Rip. Now he didn't get XP. He did, but not much. Because he didn't kill it. Then let's kill this thing.
He's one of the most dependable people in our colony. Old Dick Reddy. Good old Dick Reddy. So yeah, I can click these people. It looks like just to get information. I can't like right click to move them.
All the things are broken. Well, maybe it'll still let me broadcast. Maybe. Lasai. I'm like, yeah, today I don't feel like absolute dog shit. I'm gonna totally play some games. I'm gonna stream. It'll be awesome, they said.
Welcome back. So highlight should probably be the things we're actually going to be highlighting, whatever we determine that to be. We're going to need something else for our set of checked items, which for the moment would be the same. Oh, actually, highlight will be like... No, that highlight will be the saved objects plus the current selection. How much do we use that? I might just want to compute that as needed. Convert that. This is inserting and removing from the set, so that might become something else. Select all. That's probably the search update. And we're just checking membership. So that would switch over to some sort of like what, in search. Search selected. And it would also have a saved set. We don't have any saved stuff yet. I need to hit this, and that has to be, let's see. Do we maintain highlighted? The actual highlighted is, it's going to be something we decide what it is. Let's start off just adding that. Well, maybe I convert that to a function and then switch it over. And that is all objects checked, which is for that thing. So highlight objects. Let's see, you are a set of object ID. And right now, it is just that model field. So this would switch over to that. Tip annotation. Oops, did I change something? And it should be model search. I thought I deleted that. I did not. Highlight objects is a model to set object ID. Size needs to be a set. Yep. Priority. The dot had priority. This needs parentheses or something. Okay, that is compilable. So the view should swap out once we have a new value. Highlight objects, leaflet highlight. This is going to be, it's already going to be that. Oh, this is to a list. You're just getting a list. Oh, do I actually want that to return a list? Well, the member checks for the view will go better that way. And that'll end up happening a lot. Okay, so we had a member that we had pre-calculated here. And then this, we're updating that value, which would then do this. So I probably have to do something with that interim model here. And likewise with this. And then this is the actual search process, where once again we had a list. So it looks like this needs to be a function that, a little update function. This is a pure model to command. We've got other things like that. Model to model command. Replace URL command. Well, it's going to get into the URL stuff. Change theme is kind of similar. Highlight objects command. We're going there. And we have a model function. Maybe this is, well, we could still use that. Maybe we go... Let's model command message. All of the places we're using that is, this is their only command, but they need a copy of the model. It's not a word pattern I've used before, but I've already got a thing called highlight objects. I could perhaps have set up the highlight objects thing, although it's not just a command in that case, to do this. And I think this is add command, yes. I think I can actually... All right, so that, well, looks like R is already not compilable there. Highlight objects, variable. Oh, I didn't expose it. Okay, leaflet hideout needs a set. That is, I know it needs a list. And then add command is wrong. Produces model command message. Okay, so this is the wrong modifier. Not a model command message. Oh, and a model command message. Is that... No, it's not an add update. Do I not have a little quick and dirty function for this? Send the model and the other commands. Get a new model and new command. So that adds command to an update. And command? And a model. Adding a model command message. I think I've run into something else that wants to do a similar pattern to this. So a function of model to command, a model, and this should be a very simple model. These names are probably too similar, though. You're a model command message, but you take the entire set. I mean, I could do a command none and then say do that, and then it would work fine. Okay, highlight objects. That is, actually, I think that this, we can then do highlight objects command of, we had initial model. Right, we're setting these up to take our model. And highlight objects. That sets highlight objects. That sets highlight objects. All right, so that abstracts that what we determined to send as the actual highlight set. Now, we have the matching objects from our search. We have that exists for a little bit. I might not even store that anymore. Actually, this should be maybe selected matching objects, because that's what it is. That's a set, because we'll be adding and removing from it. Nah. You are set from list. Now, did I ever update the view? Model.highlight objects, no. Remember doing that for every checkbox may be useful to store it. All right, highlight objects. So this is in fact managing this particular bit of UI. So that was the bool for this thing. You know what, I'm just gonna, even though it's a select, I'm just gonna say checked. Because it is a checkbox. And this is going to be like selected objects. Selected. How many things? And selected matching objects is that, and then we do that, calculating, to keep things working well, that function is supposed to take care of that. It actually makes it easier to go through and replace these. This is when doing a search, in which case we are in fact updating that. Now compile. I don't know if I want to deal with updating the model, although if I change that one function to also update the model, I could have it recompute every time we did that. So highlight objects right now, we selected matching objects. And the actual highlight objects field would then not be useful. Thank you. Well, the checkbox is going to be using selected matching. Actually, now that we have this field, it basically flip-flops back to this again. Okay, so that's all working. I think for the interim, let's see. Model, initial model. We want to be on open sidebar, on search mode? That might be the type name. It is just search. Yeah, so we immediately pop into there. I might actually want to have it default to a search too, we'll see. All right, so we've moved that over. We've still got a highlight objects field hanging around. I'm only going to need, mostly need that to send to the map. So calculating that on demand shouldn't be too bad. Are there any dangling references? No. All right, so that renames things in a way that we can separate them. Data-wise, we need to have... Well, first we need to have saved. And we get to save editing. I might need checkboxes for those too. Let's see, we're basically going to be taking the selected set, so that'll be easy to move over. And then we're going to be like intersecting sets with it potentially, so that set might work. So that would be our essential data to have a list. All right, so we're going to add a bottom switchover, which is going to... We have to have something to do. I guess I could copy some UI. What is this? This is like search mode? Search mode select. This is going to be... Object list select. Let's see. I don't have the actual data fields for it yet. I'm going to have to figure out what the heck I want to do with icons. So we've got search and saved. All right, and then you get used. Search mode. So this might just go. Search panel. Oh, this is search panel. This needs to be only in the object search panel, for one. The fact that it didn't show up, maybe something's too large. Put it in the wrong one? No. Okay, so we must be pushing it off the bottom somehow. Definitely two things. We just two tile? No, it's not that. Oop, and now we lost it. So that looks likely. Font dot size. Oh, if is empty, show matching object. Well, no, it's empty right now. Column, center X, center Y. I mean, I think this column has to be full height to show everything. Apparently, I don't need that. Oh, maybe. I wonder if that was actually going off the bottom of the screen before. Did I actually need that to make this UI work? Well, there's the search panel, which has that. So now the question is, height of what? And not reloaded. Ooh, you still got problems too. Yeah, so this 100% is probably messing with me. I was trying to work around some kind of problem, and it may have been actually too much. Yeah, so that works, but well, this actually be an easier way to fill it up. Oh, that was probably to limit it? Yeah, because you see it's not scrolling. And yet it's height fill. And your height fill. Isn't there... Might be in a different group. Oh, typoed something. Oh, that's right. Because this isn't supposed to be a production thing. So you think you are that size. All right, what does that mean? Borders of an element and its children below. Okay, so maybe the dotted lines are for children. Because I see it around the header bar here. So that thing says its border is in fact the screen, but the sub panel has gotten too large. And that says this panel with this thing and this thing, and okay, so this panel has in fact gotten too large, which is probably what this was trying to do. Okay, that's being pushed down because of the borders. So interestingly enough, that works by itself, but then the search blows it up. Oh, no. So this has to be the results panel, right? So this is object search. Show object result. This is actually the full one is the one that blows up. Show matching objects. You don't have a height specifier. So yes, that thing is very big and it's not scrolling. If it scrolled, and you see, you're supposed to have scroll bar Y. Okay, that much work. What's that? It's not this element. Yeah, no, that doesn't help. Now I still have my 100% hack in here, which might be messing up UI. Yeah, so now that looks nice. The results panel is just too big. Maybe I have scroll bar on the wrong thing? Explain. All right, this, it looks like it might be getting complicated. Not sure that's doing anything. List map, show matching object. And then add on the header. So that is the list of contents of that column. So it's either this or the thing above it would have to be the scrolling object. So maybe you have to be full size. All right, so this didn't seem to be doing us any good. I mean, this might be why I had the HTML attribute in there. Because this wasn't working. All right, so you having a scroll bar didn't work. What are you in? I might need a subcontainer for that. Because this is the search box. I don't really want that to scroll. I can't get anything to scroll up. How about not having the commented out version? Yes, doesn't scroll. You are height fill. I don't know if that has an effect on it. Okay, that has an effect and doesn't affect scrolling at all. Do I need an intermediate container so that there's something that's the size of the scrolling thingy and, well, not that I've been able to work it out here. Show object result. I guess it would really be this should have it. I'm just going to have a double column. Is it a column? Is it a row? It's just kind of an L, really. It's not laying anything out. Might need width fill. Yep. I'll worry about laying it out if we have to keep this. Okay, yeah, it'd probably want to be width fill. Do I have any other HTML.attribute? Okay, class, title, class, ID, z-index pointer events, ID, ID. Yeah, it's the attributes.style, but it's also a style that may have been breaking things. And maybe if I put this only on the right thing. My concern is that the element of interest was made the size of its container. And then that is actually going off the bottom of the screen. We could just never see it before. I don't know if I have an easy way to trigger the search code. Maybe. Oh, but I'm not going to have all the object data when it first loads, so I would have to do something that was specifically like objects received or something to that effect. That would be leaflet message? No. Objects, yeah, object received. So that is a model command message. We need the object data. So you are receiving the pair. And we want to subcall to update with object typing is what actually performs the search. Although I forget what the first argument to update is. Okay, it is the message. And whatever. And we have our model. Oh, we have to go with the gluing. Maybe I can treat this as one of my command updates. Because that's going to be, it takes a model. Or it takes a pair. So I think this is an add command. I don't know, maybe this is, no, it's like, this is it add update? I have that as a function. No. Oh, it's a view object typing. It's view.message. Okay, so we have to make that. Did I call it UI? Okay, does that give us... Okay, yes, that fills everything out on refresh. So that seems to make no difference at all. Those life search doesn't really affect us. And then object search, which we might have to be defined all the way up for it to... Where do I need... Let's see. So you have the search box. I don't want to scroll that entire thing. That goes down to you. This thing behaved just fine. But it wasn't too big. Oh, I wonder if... Would that be like height shrink? Oh, no, I want to fill the available space, but still be limited to the screen. Maybe I don't have a proper fill on a parent object? Responsiveness. All right, with shrink an element to fit its contents. Fill the available space. Fill portion. Oh. Didn't realize those, but I need to know. I need to know the exact height to do anything with that. Shrink an element to fit its contents. It's like, I do want that one thing. Well, that's an align thing, for one. You're an align bottom. Like, you're an align top, and then this is... fill all the rest. I kind of don't like... It's like it would apply to that element, but do we want the alignment within its parent container? Well, that has to do with spacing. To be a part of that. You're just center X, center Y, so you were kind of doing okay before. So I haven't checked how that's doing with this. Yeah, that's still doing fine. So without an oversized object, whatever we have this explain on, and I didn't give you fill, but yet it's filling. All right, that's show matching objects and search panel, which does have height fill and is filling. Of course, now we want to do this. Okay, so you're align top. Okay, so That is an important one, we think. I wonder if it's set up to... Like, imagine you were doing these things, and like you had some super long title that overflowed the available space. Would it restrict that? We're telling it to fill, and I'm just assuming that it's going to be, okay, fill the available space, but don't... We're not actually providing a limit. So I don't, let's see, so search panel goes to object search, which does have a height fill. The individual items do not, like you shouldn't. That sub element doesn't, which go down to this sub element, which, or our outer element doesn't. I guess we should check them all out. I don't have any scroll bar on right now. Ooh. Is that a reload? Yeah. Is this a... Okay, that was a timing miss. So that's fine, that's not fine. Oh yeah, because now we're down in the results panel, which only shows up here. So I'm not sure which element is supposed to have scroll bar. I know it worked with the height 100%. One of these would probably work with maximum if we knew what size to make maximum, which I thought that the fill and things would hopefully take care of that. It wants to split space evenly. Fill equals fill portion 1. So I guess things with fill take precedence. Okay, well that does tell me something about where the scroll bar is, at least. And we can see that the child element is larger. Is that like 2 levels of child elements? So we've got this and we've got those. So we've got explain on you. Oh, we've got explain on... Oh, maybe it's explain it doesn't do the red outline? Huh. So that does in fact, scroll the element we want, or the area we want. Oh, maybe I probably shouldn't be scrolling the header. And it was just a part of the list, so, something for later. Could give some extra purpose to having this outer element. Maximum is an int. I don't know. This might have to be a post a question somewhere kind of thing. Because the height 100% was working until we wanted to have something at the bottom. And I would suspect... So search panel... Okay, well, you had the... We still have the maximum on here. Oh, well, that's already pushed us off. We should have, yeah, height 100%. $488 picks, which I wouldn't be that might be about right for this entire thing. Can I get the metrics of like the sidebar? Content size 409. Maybe that doesn't include the header. Yeah, it doesn't include the header. We're like one element off. Yeah, sidebar. This has had some changes since I looked at this last. Got basis and final. Or maybe the thing I'm used to is down here. 529. Although maybe it's getting expanded by the contents with the 100%. Okay, we're back here. Still 529. So sidebar header, this container 496, which is pretty close to the like 88 460. So we did like 100%. We got 48, which is a kind of a weird number. Because maybe it has something to do with the borders we're doing or something. So of whatever it considers its bounding box, it's taking too much. I think before we were just kind of slopping it where the element was technically going off the bottom. I might be able to cheat this by saying our bottom thing is an overlay. So if that thing still scrolled under, it wouldn't matter. But the inability to do this UI bothers me. Because it seems like just the kind of thing Elm UI was made for. Looks like you need a width fill too. Let them look at that container right now. Object search box. Object list. Not object list. Object list header. It's sort of the same. You're with Phil. You know what? I think I put the wrapper around you. So that has to fill for the thing inside of it to fill. Yeah. Minor issue. So we didn't even need the fill here. Maybe... No, that one's not affected because this is only the matching. if it was a smaller set, yeah, we'll find that in the map. Then that entire thing shrinks up, but this is still at the bottom, and that's fine. So maybe your parent needs scroll bar? I've already put a random parent around it. Nope. Well, that's interesting because that changed the width. Yeah. How do I specify size of a parent without like getting my window size and backing out all of the other UI around it? I'm just kind of figuring out, okay, well, I guess that OMUI uses 20 pixels for a tab button, so we're going to just subtract a bunch of stuff and come up with our maximum amount. And if I ask for help, I'm basically going to have to make a little app that demonstrates it being naughty. I mean, that might still be a useful exercise. Is it Elite app? Nope. This imports HTML. There's like just a bunch of stuff here we don't want. I don't think I need any model. That won't really hurt to have that there. Won't really hurt to have that there. Main, that would all get replaced. I don't have it on click. That won't really hurt. So, we've got this huge nested structure. The important part is that we have three things. We have a column. I guess this window is indent 4. Nothing useful. That might be useful because I'm going to have Vim fingers. So we have the search box, which we might be able to just do as, right. Text header. This is attributes. I don't know what I want here yet. Maybe we need an element there to do some stuff. We have a... Maybe we build this out. And this has to be at least an element. So that's the element of that, and then we have... you're probably going to be... Oh, actually, I probably have to do the top level layout. Yeah. So layout is our top level element. But it's not necessarily a column. Oh, and we were saying this has to be... so this is HTML message, because that converts it back. And then our header... We're not passing anything to right now, so it's just a element message. And we can just do text header for now. And footer. And a scrolling list. Oops, yeah, I don't have all my keys. It is also going to be a column with, what do we have for... Is there an easy way to fill a list? Repeat, range, list.repeat int, and that's the range int. And actually, this is going to be the list. You might need something like that then. List.range. Well, I don't know how big this screen's going to be. Maybe we could just make them really big elements. Oh, if I flow this, I'm going to have a little bit of a problem with that. So maybe we can reverse it. List.range. We need to do, is it string.fromInt? And we need to make that a text. And it'd be a little bit easier to fill it out if we stick it in element with the height of... I don't know if there's an easy way to do a proportional thing here. And then we stick all that into a column. Right, import element. Maybe I've got this. Oh, it's dot. I don't know if there's a key for that. Oh, we have to at least import HTML. And that's the type. Element message, list element message. Expects. Oh, string.fromInt. Okay, so there's one problem. List int. Oh, I need to list.map. And actually I need to list.map a bunch of stuff here. There's probably a way I could define an item. And you're not a singular function. Okay. It's big. So this has a page scroll bar, which something I'm doing on my other page does not. Height fill. I don't necessarily want the page scroll bar. What are we doing to limit that? I mean, it could even be leaflet styles. Width fill, height fill. That's all color. Okay, body has a height 100% on it. Okay, not an immediate effect there. It has a position absolute and an overflow hidden. I think this is probably leaflet stuff, but it is there. That might just be a reload because I have to compile. Okay, so we have a scroll bar. We have not defined any scroll bar in our app. There's layout, there's you. Okay, so that does remove the scroll bar from you, interestingly enough. Oh. Something else removed the scroll bar from you. Maybe I did have to hit compile to process this. So now the question is, okay, so overflow hidden might be part of it. Position absolute might be part of it. Okay, No, okay, so it's, seems to be, But that's a page level scroll bar. Yeah. So it does allow us to see the overflow. You don't actually want that. It just allows us to see it. And hey, look, our stuff is down here. So I guess that's an important thing to include. Oop. So that is truncated. There is no scroll bar. But that is being allowed to overflow. So now something should have a scroll bar Y. And then you're not full because your container isn't full. It's interesting that adding the scroll bar changed the width. Oop. Does layout need to be fill? Maybe my elements aren't fill. So they're actually being constrained by like the header footer size? Well, width isn't a problem with my actual app. So this is behaving perfectly fine. Now, admittedly, these are just text elements. Okay, you're fine. Yeah, so this is working perfectly. We have fewer levels of hierarchy might be the issue. I really am baffled by the width thing, though. Because we're width fill all the way down. All right, so we've got scrolling list. We've got... I'm just going to reuse header. So the view is that header, scrolling list, footer. So this is our panel. Yeah. It's our sub panel. And then what we really got is a sidebar. Which is itself a column. Which has a header and a panel. Now you see, we've got a problem again. And everything's working fine. I can't imagine this working if we just break everything. Okay, it is having an impact on things. I'm not quite sure what that impact is. Is this like font size or something? Is this just Fleckbox going crazy? Flex container item. Oh, maybe it's something weird with the icons. Because we don't have all the icon attributes. So like maybe, yeah, the things that are bigger, things that had icons. That's defining the icons, and like the elements for them ended up being something weird. And all of these had icons. Can I... Is there any stuff that I can put back with fill height fill to sidebar? Okay, we're playing with maximum on the sidebar. So that's width fill. So you had a max. So we were using maximum. You had an align top. Not immediate effect. ID. Sidebar mode select. No height specified. I certainly didn't shrink it. I think that's kind of the default. So those should just be tabs. I mean, taking out other elements could be an interesting exercise. Search mode select, same thing. Our footer. Maybe, okay, so search panel. Sidebar mode select. Well, this is an awkward thing to remove. Maybe we could do none. There we go. That has no immediate impact. It's not the sidebar mode select. It's the search mode select. That does mean we have this extra column here. With fill, height fill, object search box. I mean, I don't think this existing is causing a problem. You've got an if, which is currently off. Okay, you have no height. And what did we have here? Scrolling list. Okay, the scrolling list definitely has to have a height, or it completely collapses. So the thing around the individual items, which I don't think happened here. Although, we've also got this now. Yeah. We didn't have that complete collapse. Now, I guess there's still leaflet styles being applied. And grammatical styles being applied. And maybe even leaflet code styles. Okay, yeah, leaflet without its styles is kind of a bad day. However, I messed up my zoom somewhere in there, and now I don't have the controls to fix it. No, wait a minute. Zoom 22. Okay, that's all good. Yeah, this is still a mess. So it's nothing from leaflet. It's nothing from our style sheet. Admittedly, this sample, we had this stuff unaffected. Okay, well, there is a page scroll bar now. We don't have the overflow off. Okay, so that shouldn't matter. Body main script. Oh, you're in subnode mode. I'm in page mode, but it probably has to be because we're, well, that's interesting. But that like changes the Elm function signature and everything. Is this Elm debugger? Yeah, it's Elm debugger. So body, well, oh, is that the actual body? No, that's something else. I don't know what you are. Yeah, that's this body. That's for the most part our stuff. I don't see the main. Node main. And of course, this has all the Ellie styles applied, so maybe they're doing something. Well, maybe. Admittedly, this has a harder defined height than we have in our other app. And we could fill this out by increasing the size. Okay, still working exactly how we want it to. I wonder. I've probably got things called sidebar and panel already. There's probably a lot of things I have to take care of for that app to work. Yeah, sidebar model. But you've got that width and stuff. So the maximum width might have to be a thing. Oh, you don't have width fill. Okay, so fixes that little sub issue. See, my layout doesn't have height on it. Where's my layout? Do I need the... Well, it's an overflow. It's not actually a... Well, we do have the height set, but that page... This page doesn't have height set. We took all these styles out. Unless it's being constrained by the frame container. Nope. What do we miss here? Oh, maybe if I'm in Vim mode, I have to do a Vim style copy? No. Nope. How about that one? No. No. Copy. All right, we'll let compile. Oh, that didn't. That update didn't compile because the comma goes with this. And totally random name collision. Okay, well that layout change did affect that a little bit. Interesting. No, I had no body things applied in my other setup. So that shouldn't be a factor. Okay, so there is something cursed about this page, or something special about this being an iframe. Width fill isn't actually the correct amount. We could get that to sidebar mode pretty quick, probably. So we are doing it in two elements. It's not the top level element. Yeah, no, it's still the outer scroll. So it has to be because it's a iframe. Still, you'd expect the inner page to behave. This wasn't supposed to be the hard part. It simply just doesn't behave in the actual page. I'm leaning towards iframe at this point, because that maybe the outer page is applying some styles to the iframe? Is that us? It's kind of us. Well, that definitely has an effect, doesn't it? This is still scrolling internally, though. It's not the page that's scrolling. Now, that thing is still in some kind of container. I don't think there'd be... Huh. HTML height 100%. Where are you coming from? Inline. Well, HTML body at that, and I'm not doing that. Something's doing that. Is that like an iframe thing? Padding margin. Yep. No. I guess if that doesn't have a height, then this can't compute its fill height or whatever. It has a slight impact on the outer scroll. Yeah, HTML body, stuff I did there. And all the flex stuff, which is getting into actual Elm UI things. So we expect it to have a reasonable handle on things from there. That's affecting our ability to expand. But I've never had the... I've never experienced like the shrinky dink effect in the stuff I'm doing. Of course, I've had the height fills all the way down for a while. I guess there has to be some element with the layout established for it to fill. We're not doing UX anymore, we're just doing HTML debugging. What are you doing? I mean, well, Ellie would have been a convenient way to send an example. I could pull this out to its own page and compile it myself to test the iframe theory. Another big diversion I didn't want. Where did you go? What folder did you go into? Oh, there it is. Usually it gives me the rename for that. Is there like Elminet? Actually, is there there's a save. Package manager. I think save keeps the URL, right? So there was not like a super simple, here, just take everything. Oop. Let's see. Is it Elm install? MD Griffith. Griffith. Edit. Is there a public directory? I didn't think so. Still got that. Oh, I'm in L mode, so that's not doing Control A. You know what I ended up doing? I ended up doing copy. Why are you bouncing? That actually worked. And source, which is probably just main, right? And see, I usually have what? Did I open a thing for this? Yes, I did. Output public main.js. They're injecting this somewhere. So I guess we'll call it main.js. Yep. It's hopefully that one. It would have to be before the bootstrap. Oh, I could almost do this in Reactor, but I might need to play with some stuff. Speaking of Reactor, it could be a web server. I might not actually need a proper web server for this, but it would be an element that was out of the way. Oh yeah, you're on my extra drive because it's so fat. Okay. Freaking variable size. The page is indeed cursed. Well, no, I guess that doesn't mean it's a cursed page. That means there's actually something on there that's messing it up. And this is showing up as inline again. Is that like a browser thing? It's like it's the built-in style? Maybe that's an Elm UI thing? Is that getting blocked somehow? No? Oh, because we don't have that. We don't have that anymore. We turned that off. Okay, so we have a confirmation that it's something we're doing. We just have no idea what. And let's see. Can I in fact open this up as HTML? Okay. Because I can't run two servers at once here. Okay, and that's still behaving the same. That one. In this page, it's all boogered up. We've turned off all of our styles. Actually, wait, if we've turned off all of our styles, why is it dark? Oh, because its Elm is applying things to its elements. Yeah. Man, what the heck are we doing different? Layout, that's only width fill. We're not doing this. I mean, we practically got it down to the... Practically got it down to the same thing. You've got the width specifier on you. But this one scrolls here, and this one scrolls here. What? We are in different Elm modes. There's also this thing, which you wouldn't think. And maybe I'm doing some stuff in my other file. But this is actually my bootstrap too, so I can't completely turn that off. No, not that one. That's kind of awkward with this app. So we've got all our port hookups and everything. Oh, we put this back. No. Right, we have a doc type. Nope, that's our HTML. We need that. No. We have a lang defined. Let's see. I can't exactly use this straight up. The node might be the biggest difference. That's going to be that's like a major change in the app though, because we can't do URL stuff. We're not really doing a whole lot of that right now. It's not an easy change, unfortunately. Some of our subscriptions change. We lose this. Our view type changes. Oh, maybe it becomes view.view instead of view.document. Although that's also doing my message mapping. Yeah, HTML.map. So we have to do that. We do have the view out. What a mess. Main. This is a browser sandbox. It doesn't even have subscriptions. Maybe I could convert this app to the bigger version. I don't know if that'd be any easier. Our init probably has a different signature. Yeah, and it is just the initial model. Update may be the same. No subscriptions, none of that. They're going to be view.view, but you have to do the map. HTML.map UI. Yes, or does the model thing mess us up? HTML.map is not exposed here. We have been blissfully ignorant of it. Map.map is a model HTML. HTML view message. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how this works. All right, so let's just try this and see what it complains about. See, does Sandbox not send messages at all? No, because the provided example sent messages. Okay, so init is part of the problem. Update might be part of the problem. Wait, Sandbox needs config URL navigation key. That shouldn't be in... Maybe my initial model takes that stuff. Yeah. And I can't provide a navigation key because it's a special magical thing for the Elm to limit stuff. There is no value I can provide to do that. So I guess we have to go the other way because you can't do this in the small. Not that going this way is going to be that much easier. So init is going to have to be an actual init function, I think. View is going to have to be a document. Update may be a little bit different, and we have to have messages with the right signatures to satisfy this thing, and then we have to handle them. Actually, can I have it do no op? I don't know if I can effectively have it do no op. I could have like a message. I could kind of have it do no op. We can have it do like always increment because it has no arguments, and we just throw out the and always throws out the argument. All right, we have a view. So this mapped messages, we don't care. We're not going to actually send any messages. We're not trying to be fancy with our view message stuff. So maybe we can actually just do this as where's that compiler? All right, we haven't fixed our init. Initial model, so init. So this is a don't care, don't care, don't care. And actually, it config is a custom thing. Model is defined. Message is defined. I think we do unit if we don't care. And you're also a command message. All right, so navigation. URL, which I might have to add to my package. What do we do here? A bunch of stuff. I'm going to have to add that as explicit package. Yep. Oh, no, you're just parentheses. Browser.application. This is a typo, it looks like. Oh, the document is supposed to be a... It is supposed to be a model. Okay, model to browser document message, which is a type that should be matching up with that, but for some reason is not. All right. Flags, that should be unit. On URL change, anything to message. Browser.url request, anything to message. Subscriptions. Oh, I haven't put subscriptions in here. Subscriptions is supposed to be a... And throw away the model. Model submessage, model submessage. Message model model. Oh, the update function doesn't return commands. What's wrong with you? Type annotation. Yep, no, just command message. All right, so init URL notification key, URL message, browser URL request message, model sub message, message model, model command message, model to browser.document. So this does not count as a browser document. Oh, it's a list. Ugh. All right, the invocation method changed. It's not on an element anymore. Init with flags. This is just init. Let's just keep you around. No, that didn't do it. Cannot handle URLs. Oh, right. Now we actually have to switch over to a server. Where was I doing a server for this? I was doing it there. We have to shut down the other one. Maybe there's a way to specify the port on that. I don't know. Shut down that one. Yep. Scrolling behavior is unchanged. So it's not that. We now have a much less simple example, although I could probably copy paste from the Ellie again. Okay. And now I have to have that. It can't specify the port. Can't do that anymore. We're just actually done with you. Yeah, that's still there. It's still not scrolling. Okay, this one doesn't have the width max on it, which I don't think would be it. There's an extra div in there. This is a browser application, so it should be taking over the body. There could be something else going on in a whole map. And there's so much going on, it's going to be really hard to say what that is. We're probably trying to bootstrap leaflet to many errors. Yeah, a bunch of xed out files. L is not defined. And yet we are rendering Elm. So it's like this, it seems like this entire thing should have just died. Or did we? Yeah, we can't really disable leaflet, can we? Because there's so many code references to it there. And yet we did. Huh. Or do we actually... Oh, no, we actually call init and get the app first thing. So one way to do even less. Loading failed, unreachable code. Our scroll is still not fixed, so it's not... It's not anything in Leaflet. It's not anything we're doing here. We're not loading a style sheet. We already tried doc type. I don't know if... I mean, does the Lang thing do a compatibility mode thing? We've got an actual head in this one. Okay, it's supposed to only work if that thing is like the very first thing in the document. No, that didn't do anything. HTML map tagger. This is like the exact same code, effectively. The other one doesn't have the width limit to make it a sidebar, but nope, there we go. But it scrolls here. Oh, we still got some code going on there, huh? So we got some navigation things happening. I'm not sure why that would make a difference. Oh, I never tried taking this the other way. The character encoding is not defined. No, it's still outer scroll. Inline style sheets. This has to be like the browser style sheet. And then this is the stuff that ElmUI is using. Which, we might have compiled more of that stuff. This is actually a different thing than I was looking at. Huh, I guess maybe that's part of the inspector. Yeah, that's like the browser rules. XXX. It almost seems like there's less stuff going on here. Yeah. Font, background, focus, font, fonts. That's foreground color, background color. Focus within. Box shadow. Yeah. The inline styles are different. We've got this thing, which that was on you, which I really don't think that did it. I guess we do have an explicit style block, and that one doesn't. Nope, okay. Why do you have 308 rules? And you have 292 rules. Oh, explain. So this is another difference in do I have different versions of Elm UI? Has there been a patch release? 118. 113. Oh my god. I don't think about the Elm libraries changing all that much. Okay, so the source doesn't have a changelog. There's like a doc. Notes. Changes from style elements, running tests, benchmarks. Maybe, yeah, it's like I can look at different versions, but so basically the library fixed it. I could look at the differences, and maybe there's something in the commit messages. Accessibility, checkbox alignment, focusable styles. Is there any sign of the tags in here? I don't know if they mark out where they landed. Well, oh, there's a 2.0 branch. That's interesting. So that goes back to June. Oh. That must have been of the previous year. So we've got May. Yeah, a lot of stuff, actually. Oh, man. Now there isn't really an update command. I might just have to, wait. Oh no, I was looking at the wrong thing. That's even farther back. I might just have to remove this and then tell Elm to install it again. Yeah. Unless the compiler just figures that out. Yep. Dependency's ready, maybe. Hasn't updated it. Yeah, that is in fact how it was supposed to work. Alright, this is gonna be a royal mess. And where the GUI tools come in kind of handy, although I've sometimes been... Okay, so this... Oh. Well, this is all one giant hunk. A whole map. Revert line. This is where it's going to get messy. So we actually made some changes here that were functional. Okay, so that's all fine. Model? Probably not. We may have made some change, was there anything in the view we actually want to keep? I was starting to play with the layout stuff. I might just want to reset this one and move on, though. We got to change that. This is all playing around with layout. We have to redefine this thing, but it's not that big a deal. And I could hopefully get rid of those, because these might have been kind of fixing that problem before. This is its own hunk. I might be able to keep it. We'd commented that out. I think we just want to kind of revert large blocks of stuff. Maybe we can keep that one. Kill most of it. That's technically a new thing. Although some of the things we did to it might not be relevant. This was all attempting to fix layout. And that was fine. So new function. Let's select. We got that. We just have to uncomment it. That fix. See compiler running. Compiler running. Have I not fixed? So all that stuff is being loaded. We had one commented line. Style sheet could not be loaded. Did you not... oh, maybe because I was reverting things? Did I make any other changes? Loading, 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 loading. We actually loaded a bunch of stuff in the background here. Do I need to just revert the view as well? Or is this something else that changed in Elm UI? I guess I should have left my simple example in or something. layout. This should be the overall layout. Let's do... Okay, there's still a sidebar there, so something's not right. Okay. Is it changed the way it interacted with map? Oh, style sheet could not be loaded. Is this a leftover thing, or is it still having an issue with this? Okay, that's a leftover thing. Oh, no. What couldn't you load? Is Elm UI trying to... Because it was like it was creating a virtual... Well, no, there it is. Would you mind telling me what style sheet couldn't be loaded? That'd be kind of helpful. No? Okay, a row lays things out left to right. It might have changed the way it manages sub-elements, the way it can't, like, start up leaflet properly. Is there something else left over? I wonder if the way we reverted some of the files. A whole map. Nope. All right, well, I guess we have to back up the version to see if that was it. Okay. It is, in fact, something that changed, so I guess I have to narrow down the version and then try and figure out the changelog. Oh, well, that was quick. What are you doing to me? All right, this is more than just a GitHub thing. Do you have offsite? Do I even have an offsite on this computer yet? Yes. Although I kind of have to figure out what to do about it, but I still want some sense of what's going on. Oh, CD into it, how about? Oh, that's actually much smaller than it looked like from the other changes. Huh. Maybe I immediately went past that stuff, but that tells us exactly where things happened. Okay, there's a lot of stuff, unfortunately. Palette group. So this is notes. Nearby. Documentation. It must be one of those things. Organize tests, testing, results folder, typos, classify device, example, spelling mistake, order of text input and value attributes. Element input text. Does this affect me? Input.elm. Okay, so now this is internal. Man, I wonder if I'm going to have to bisect this repository. Rotated devices, class path, box shadow, re-implement text input. And we have text inputs, but it's not everything. Multi-line input. Attribute redistribution for text inputs. Element shrink, height element shrink. I'd have to know what this, it would have been an issue. Would have been a closed issue. Element.keyed column. Well, we do have a keyed thing. Do these even work still? Okay. That's definitely different. Expected behavior. Did he have a forked repository or something? That is distribution of elements. Widths and heights with bounds on them. Outer width from being set. Well, we've got widths and heights, that's for sure. Width height attributes on inputs. Padding. Text. There's like test setup stuff. Input text. Flux basis 0%. Height fill portion misapplied. Oh, row versus column. exact height in columns. Better formatting. P tags for plain div. Window size for tests. Trigger scroll bars. Nothing's jumping out. Minor nested column fix. We could try all the versions. Because this is bizarre. Alright, which compiler did I need? That one? Yep. Oh, we reopened it. Yep, still busted. I mean, it's been busted from there forward. I don't... This is very weird. Yeah. Maybe it's not preserving other elements in the way it used to. But I might have to bisect to figure this out. Which means locally doing libraries is always a pain. Because you have to like make sure all your caches are cleared and everything. Yeah, it's not going to be like it's just a little bug fix. We've already tried 8. So the version we have doesn't do what we want, and the version that fixes that breaks everything. So it's looking to me like Leaflet just doesn't start. Or is this... The browser had this cached and no. And Leaflet's not complaining either. With Leaflet... Well, yeah. Okay. Leaflet is able to start up if we don't do that. Okay, there's our style blocks. There is a div ID map, but it might be not preserving it the way it used to. No, Leaflet has some attached properties. It's 0, 0. Did I leave some style stuff off? No, we put all this stuff back. height width 100%. And it's 0, 0? Maybe for that to work, the intermediate containers have to be 100%, but is that height full, width full? Okay, height full. Well, sure looks like it, doesn't it? How about you? Height full. Okay, so you have a size. You have a size. Okay, so it's the intermediate containers. That could in part be because their contents aren't anything. So I need to figure out what these things are. I hope it's not just putting extra stuff in there and then we can't mess with it. So there are places... Yeah, so .id, do we just do just that somewhere, anywhere? Bueller. Because the time overlay is there. We've seen that. Let's try... layout. We've got... I knocked the sidebar out. That's an entire HTML setup, but that thing's mapped. We have a container around it. Oh, there's a keyed dot column. And there was a change to that. Which version are we on? We're back to 1.1. Okay, yep. There was a consistency change. Keyed column probably didn't used to be an actual layout thing. All right, now can we go up to the current version? And as long as we're here, oh, there's map container, there's layout. So these are internal things, but they do have full on them, so. Oh yeah. And meanwhile, things are a bit messed, and they've changed some of the highlight styles. Did I break this? Actually, this goes back to server things, doesn't it? That are... Yeah, Firefox did some kind of update. Ports don't match. And I've already had too many battles tonight. So this much is working. This might actually be a layout thing, since a bunch of Elm UI stuff changed. Is there objects down here? Somewhere. Oh no, this is the footer. Yeah, so we're not getting We're not even rendering those. Did I have that disabled? That seems to be a forgotten piece of code. Object list, search panel. Well, this thing should be... Oh, yeah, that's rendering. Oh, the height 100% might be getting me now. Because that is going to be probably fighting against whatever you're doing. Nope. We still do want to get rid of that. Well, we know it's doing this stuff. So that gives us reason to think that our... All right, and we think we shouldn't need that, maybe? Okay, there, that was doing something. Yep. Object show results. Show matching objects. Column spacing 0, width fill. Okay, so that's that. And it scrolls. Actually, where we wanted it to. That probably means show matching lives is going to need that as well. Curiously, this didn't, but it was fine. Maybe because it's scrolling? Any other weird stuff? Well, I can't completely do that right now. You're okay. You seem okay. No, that's their search. And unfortunately, that leaves us in a very awkward position where it's not really usable code, but this took way longer than it should have. So we still have to define an entire panel and all movements between those panels, which by itself might not be that much work, but it's past bedtime. It might still be an hour or so. I'm already too wound up. Let's see, so Cores is a different kind of server work. This is going to impact some of our stuff here. So that it gets in the way. It won't stop this feature, but it's going to be something we have to fix to have this be usable. Was that an option? That was a get. Yeah, those are those things. Or maybe I'm actually doing it. Maybe that my weird database is actually causing a. But it said it failed because of cores. Maybe it was Chrome that showed the options request separately and this doesn't. Are you even filtering this? Oh, that's a toggle. Okay. Oh no, these are all toggles. Yeah, this doesn't indicate anything about why it didn't work. I do have to remember to shut down that orphan database server sometime. I guess that could be doing something to it. Wait, yeah, you're the web process and you're not even showing that you got something. I wonder if the browser is just saying, "Yep, nope, you're not the same domain. I'm not even going to ask if the server." Wait, isn't the whole point of cores is that you ask the server if it's allowed to do it? And, well, I guess we've got half implemented code, but general note is, or updated Elm UI. Scrolling list works. Save panel unimplemented. All right, I need to go to bed. Thanks for watching. I don't normally look at coding people this time, and I don't know if I'm going to have anybody to recommend. Let's see. Yep. That's what I'm normally on, which is not tonight, and not doing coding. Let's see, so that should be almost over. There's some Satisfactory, which can get into some machine design stuff. And optimization, it's kind of programmery. So if you're just looking for some place to hang out, that trooper is playing some Satisfactory. When I program during the day, I more often have coding recommendations. But so it goes. That's some place to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Good night and until next time.